Congratulations to both of you all for winning your semi-final game and being present today to compete for only title of the 2025 Over 40 Champions. Again, this will be possible without your support, your spectators, and your families. So thank you to all the support from both teams. For the season, it is a community sport as well, and it's good to see that the community and by extension their respective families come out and support them. So, good luck to both teams, and a better team than today.
Thank you. Well, I think invite our President, Mr. Vinny, for your
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Victoria and extension finalists of the Over 14. Just a reminder, discipline is very important. What I like to see is that we have to go so far and we deserve to be there. Remember, it's all about the people, but I know that since it's happening, we also need to be committed. We will assess
So again, congratulations to you. We recognize the teams that have been members for ConX.
Yeah. Action about to get underway in the Southern Sports Over 40 final. Earlier, ConX Allstars would have won the toss and elected to bowl first in this game against Victoria United. A lot of players on this ConX Superstars team we would have seen earlier in the tournament getting their final go. And a great start there by Marlon Sue. He has a slip in place, a deep third man, backward point, cover, sweeper, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and backward square. That time a bit too wide. Continuing this time and clipping away off the mark by Kelvin Bihari. Brings Sheldon Ganga on strike, the eldest of the Ganga brothers. Shiwan Ganga will be in action a bit later today. A few adjustments. He's going to continue over the wicket to the left-hander. So here's Sheldon Ganga to face now. Good start from him, solid. Interesting field positions for him though. Sort of a gully fielder standing really close to, well, he's going into slip now. He's standing really close to that backward point fielder. Nicely into the gap. Going close to the boundary, but not enough legs to take it there. He'll come back for two. Both batsmen off the mark now. His early nerves would just be lessening now a bit. Bit wider and slower that time. Quite able to time it and wide given. See the captain at slip, Feraz Mohammed. Hands on hips. He's also known as Tiger. He wouldn't be too pleased with that wide. This time dabbing it towards that point fielder. very full that time, dug it out nicely, finishes off the over with a single. 6 without loss after 1. It's evening time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The lights just beginning to take effect now. Sun just making its way behind the trees in the west. So Gideon Matthews now about to enter from the northern end of the ground. Left arm over the wicket. Opting to have just one fielder in the deep. They are third man. Everyone else inside the ring. And a wide to begin. And just giving it a bit of a stretch there. Limbering up. Oh, and that was easily guided into that gap there. None of the fielders could even move to cut that off. It was so gently hit. Knew that there was just that one fielder out in the deep and got it fine enough to evade him. You see there's a lot of fielders there in that region at cover. The slip goes out now. Change of personnel. Oh, and that's a beauty of a delivery there, getting the outside edge. Fine edge to the keeper, and he made no mistake. That man there, Sebastian Yip, taking that catch. He's just sort of flirting with it in that corridor of uncertainty. Didn't get the first 2 deliveries right, but on this occasion, just enough movement away from him. And misjudged the line, Sheldon Ganga, so he's gonna be back in the shed early. His relative is about to join him out there. Sherwin Ganga was about to replace him out there. Brilliant delivery. Keeper standing up to the stumps as well. One left-hander replaces another. It's a strong offside field. 7 fielders in the offside, just 2 on the leg side. There's Gideon Matthews again, and low full toss straight to the fielder, but was to him so quickly, didn't get a chance to react. Low full toss, and almost as if he didn't see it coming. There's Kelvin Bihari back on strike. Only 2 deliveries he's faced so far, and he's watched quite a bit of action unfold at the other end. Good delivery to him. Quick single. Just with that early wicket, always going to create a bit of uncertainty as to whether to go aggressively or not. So in that first match, we're off to quite a quick start, and every partnership built on the previous. And this time, nicely tucked into the leg side by Shuan Ganga. To the right-hander, he has a slip deep third, backward point, cover sweeper, short extra cover, mid off, mid on mid wicket, and deep backward square. It's hit back to him, and good work off his own bowling. Finishes the over with a dot. It's 14 for 1 after 2. That sun now dipping behind the trees on the western side of the ground. Of course, in all the previous games we would have seen, second game would have been 30 overs. Just a reminder, this is 20 overs. Marlon Sue continues his spell from the southern end. Wonderful shot there. 4 runs for Shuan Ganga. Was on the line of the stumps, and all he had to do was get back to ball, flick it away nicely. A good bit of momentum that was needed by Victoria after that early wicket. Just bringing around one of those fielders in the leg side, adjusting his backward square fielder. And it goes in the fine leg region. 4 more for Sherwin Ganga. And that was too easy. Ball was short, sat up, waited to just be helped on its way. It's not the sort of line he would want to be bowling with the feel that he has set. Now he's given himself extra protection in the onside. 4 fielders there now. There's pretty much a mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket. This time back to where we want to be, Marlon Sue. That delivery. And it's going up, it's going close to the boundary, and it's going to land 2, 3 bounces and 4 more. Well, he's going all around the ground now, Sherwin Ganga. 2 hits into the leg side now, just an extension of the bat. Good rotation of the strike now. Good batsmanship between these two. As we saw in that first innings of the first match from Kraft Academy. Hit quite a few boundaries, but they ran the singles furiously. Just gonna defend that one on the front foot to finish the over. Kelvin Bihari, 27 for 1 after 3. It's going to be Gideon Matthews to continue. Sherwin Ganga on strike. This time he does have 2 men on the boundary. Deep to it and long off. And not wanting much to do with that, Sherwin Ganga. That gully fielder goes into cover. He's very proactive with his field changes for Faraz Mohammed. Nice single there. Good work off his own bowling. But Faraz Mohammed, nicknamed Tiger, almost prowling like a tiger with his field sets, changing it quite often. And into that region there with basically 6 fielders in the eye line. Keeping things very tight, Gideon Matthews. 1 for 9 so far. And hit wonderfully this time. Kelvin Bihari gets his first boundary. And it was a bit too full this time from Matthews. A wonderful extension of the defense that time, just hitting it straight into the gap. Bihari to face again. And cutting this time. Going towards the boundary for 4 more. This time he was very precise with it. A ring of fielders there, but able to get it through them regardless. And straight to the fielder this time. Score remains on 36 for 1 after 4. Does not take long for the captain to bring himself on. Faraz Muhammad. Shu and Ganga on strike. He has a slip in place for him, a deep third man backward point, cover mid off. Mid on, deep mid wicket and a backward square, and he's just brought in a gully fielder as well. Here he is pushing that one for 1, Shuin Ganga. Very busy action from Faraz Muhammad. Certainly looks as if he can still generate quite a bit of pace as well. Cutting this time down to the boundary. 4 more for Kelvin Bihari. A bit too wide on this occasion, and very easy there for Bihari to put away. Bit of fetching down at the boundary. Taking a while for the ball to get back, and there it is now. Nice lead this time again towards the boundary for 4. Brought out the cut and brought out the drive. Kelvin Bihari seems to be really enjoying dealing in 2 boundaries at a time. Nicely through that gap there. A bit of an overcorrection from Faraz Mohammed. Previously was this time on a length. Push this time from Shuin Ganga, but no run there for him. Final delivery of the over coming up, and every time I see that, a wide occurs. This time pulling it nicely towards the boundary. Fielder is coming around, and football skills not quite there. Not what you'd want to be doing after just completing a 2-over spell. 51 for 1 after 5. They started off quite well, Victoria United.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the start that they would have wanted. Off in the power play, 51 already. Still a mover to go as well. And now they are going to have to make some bowling changes.
Well, here's one of those bowling changes. Anand Ramtahal, first sighting of spin into the attack. There was that early wicket, but ever since then these two have really pushed along as if that never happened.
I think the bowlers have been a bit both sides of the wicket, and when you have someone with the experience of Shu and Ganga out there, it becomes pretty easy to pick off and score off the bad balls.
Yeah, he's been very solid so far, and as far as I knew, I thought he was more a bowler than a batsman.
I think he was an all-rounder. He was always a good all-rounder, and when he played for Trinidad and Tobago, he batted pretty much anywhere throughout the order. But he he's gonna be. He should be at least a little bit more dominant at this level. I think you look around at his teammates, and he's definitely the most experienced there. So he has a big job in this final.
It's going to be Kelvin Bihari. Take up first strike here to Anand Ramtal. Looks to be left arm spin. Still in the power play, last over of the power play. Those two fielders deep at long off and sweeper on the cover boundary. Has a slip quite wide, as well as a short cover. Right on the stumps.
It's a very good start. Not sure if the umpire thought it was maybe going down like with the angle. We'll have a look. I think, yeah, maybe just straightening down the leg side.
Definitely could have been going down, because I think earlier in that previous match as well, there wasn't all that much turn on offer. A lot of runs in the surface.
Yeah, I think it's the same surface that would have been used in the under 23 final a couple of weeks back, and team scored 340 overs, so it's pretty easy to score, especially if you bat a few overs. Becomes very easy. It's a quick outfield here at the Brandon Cricket Academy as well. And once you can get some good connection, you're gonna get value for your runs.
Shubman Ganga this time. Easy single down to long on. They seem to be keen on that wide slip position. What do you think of that wider slip?
I think when you're 51 for 1 after 5 overs, you don't want that slip. I think you want more defensive mode. You want to get out of the power play without too much damage.
And cutting down to the boundary, but cover sweeper is easily behind that.
I think they want to try to get a wicket, but there's no real not much bounce either, so there's no real need for that almost like a gully position there off the spinners.
And I think, as you say, it's either you want to attack or you want to defend. It's sort of in between.
That's a lovely shot there from Shubman Ganga, and that is going to be the first 6 of the innings.
Well, he's really going from strength to strength in this innings. First 6, as you would have mentioned.
So a bit of a half-hearted appeal. But it's going to be a dot to finish off the power play. 60 for 1 at the end of 6. And the Victoria United team will be very happy with that. They're going at 10 and over. And they've gotten onto the power play after losing that 1 wicket early. But they've recovered quite well.
Seaman in full control now, and seems the trend on this surface as well, that once you have the runs on the board first up, it's much more difficult trying to chase it down. Change of bowling from the southern end. It's going to be Shannon Ramrup. Oh, and that's one just past the keeper down to the boundary. They're gonna be able to reel it back in.
It was a great effort from the wicketkeeper there. It was a bit quicker through the air from Ramrup. They're going to get 2 runs, and that's also going to bring up the 50 partnership for Bihari and Ganga. He's almost more of a deep extra cover.
Yeah, I think I would have probably called him a deep extra cover if I was calling out the field placement.
Muscle down the ground again to long on. Just for 1, so Kelvin Bihari moving along nicely. He's played some really good shots. He's on to 26 now. And just ahead of him is Ganga on 28.
Both feeding off of each other's energy now. Shots from Bihari this over so far a bit streaky, but safe in the end.
And he's hit that hard. And once again, Dylan, because that long on now for Ganga is so wide, they were able to come back for 2 quite easily when it should have just been a single.
Yeah, and you don't want that fielder too wide because hitting the ball straight is one of the easiest things to do.
And he's gone back to a proper position now. He's a bit straighter. That's a good comeback from Shannon. Ganga is muscling this one as well. Should be able to pick up 2. It's going to be close. He gets there in the end. So the end of the 7th over, 69 for 1. Victoria United in a good position here.
So Anand Ramtahal continues this northern end.
Good delivery. I thought that was just too easy for them to get that single there. Kevin Mihari's on to 27, Gang on 32 on the other end.
There's a lot of vacant area there now in the offside.
And I think once again that fielder at slip is not serving too much of a purpose. I think you'd rather have an extra man in on that offside and try to cut off those easy singles.
Yeah, I'm certainly one who would advocate for a slip, but at this stage I don't quite see it.
Oh, Ganga drive. That's a lovely shot. Some work for the man, and he can't get there in the end, that's Gideon Matthews, the opening bowler.
He's having a time of it on the boundary.
He seems to be a little bit better with his feet than with his hands on the boundary.
He wouldn't want to injure his feet before finishing his spell. He had ample time, got there in time, but didn't finish off quite well.
So a faster delivery from Tahal. Doing the right thing there, showing Ganga. Just waited for the ball to pass the fielder before they took off for the single. And they get that now, so this partnership really building nicely at 75 for 1. He's got a deep mid wicket, a cow corner, long on, long off. Deep cover.
So everyone in the leg side deep now. And that makes those quick singles way too easy.
Yeah, I think they've got to consider now getting that slip out and having a man maybe at just behind square at 45 just to cut off that easy 2 runs that they just picked up. Or even having somebody like a short mid wicket. But at the moment, it's just a bit too easy. Not really seen any ball go to that slip fielder.
You saw that short mid wicket in action a lot in that previous match.
Oh, he's gone high in the air. And I think he's gone all the way. He's gone a really long way over the ropes for 6. So the end of 8, 83 for 1. And Kelvin Bihari moves on to 35.
Oh, that was massive there from Kelvin Bihari. I don't think I even saw when it landed. Well, there we see it. Timed that powerfully. They're both pretty much neck and neck now. 35 from 21 and 37 from 21.
I think you look at the start they've had with some big hitters to come. Dari Balgobin and a couple other guys. You have to think that 200 should be on the cards for Victoria.
I think that it's certainly a surface that has 200 in it.
To be fair to the bowlers, it's not an easy surface to be a bowler in a limited overs game in. That's a lovely hit from Shivinganga, and that has gone all the way for 6 as well.
Well, he's not making any mistake here. He's come to do a job and he's doing it to his full potential.
And he got back on his back foot quickly there. Let's have a look. And that's a mark of a good cricketer. He could pick the length so early. He was onto his back foot in a flash and hit that one way over mid wicket for 6. He's on to 43. He's approaching a half century, and we spoke about how important he would have been for his team going into this final. He's showing up here.
Good response from Ramrup, a bit quicker that time. Not giving him much time to react.
A very good delivery this time. 2 good deliveries from Ramrup back to back after being hit for that 6.
Good bit of variation as well. Quicker and then slightly slower and fuller.
Oh, that's a good hit again from Shuinganga. That's 6 more. And Victoria are really flying here. As straight as you like, Dylan.
Well, what they're doing well, they're not looking to hit very expansive, very risky shots. They're just putting away the ball on its merit.
1 away from a half century.
Already seen 2 half centuries in the earlier match. Some brilliant batting from left-handers as well.
So he's off the back foot and gets a single down to long off. So that's 50 for Shuinganga. 5 4s, 3 6s. Striking at just under 200. Well, he's having a great time out there.
Quite remarkable from him.
Shannon Ramon, we just want to get out to the Suva without being hit for another boundary. And I think he'll be happy with that. That's a good finish. At the end of 9, it's 97 for 1.
Well, you might be happy with that, but still 14 runs from the over. Going at a quicker rate than in the previous match as well. After 10 overs in that first innings, in the previous match, it would have been 98 for 1.
So it's a surface with a lot of runs, as we keep mentioning. And I think on surfaces like these, as a bowler, you want to just be consistent. You want to try to bowl good balls more often than not. You don't want to go looking for wickets. You just want to try to contain and let the batsman make the mistake. But it's not been too easy for the ConX.
One thing that Kraft Academy did very well in that first game when they were defending their score was that their spinners bowled very slowly, allowed the ball to hang in the air for a long time, and they just couldn't lay bat on ball. So it's going to be Zard Clark into the attack now. Zard Clark, also known as the Icon, idolizes Marlon Samuels.
Pulled away this time from Kevin Mihari. He's creeping up nicely behind Shuinganga. He's on the 37 now. At the moment, the projected score 210. Well, they're well on their way to that. 98 for 1. They got a lot of wickets in hand. Still just more than half of the innings to go.
If Shuinganga would be fancying this matchup now. Clark, leg spinner.
He's bowling off spin now to Shuinganga.
Yeah,
So-
I do remember in that previous, when he was playing for Commonwealth, he would have done the same thing earlier in this tournament. He's quite a crafty bowler.
Been a good over so far. Just do 1 run off it. You want to get out of it without getting hit for a boundary. He's gone with the leg spinner now. And the Shuinganga is going to help himself to another boundary.
Yeah, that was just bad delivery, really. Going with the leg spinner wasn't the mistake, but where he lined it was the mistake. There was no one there in that area of the field, and it sat up.
It sort of just seemed to stick in his hand a bit. And he just pulled it down, and it was just easy for Ganga to, once he got it past that short fine leg field, there was always going to be a boundary.
And that's the risk when it comes to bowling with those two different grips.
Well, final delivery of the over coming up, and a good one from Clark to close off. So at the end of the 10th over, 102 for 1 at the halfway stage, and the Sri Lanka's looking good. He's on 54, Kelvin Mihari's on 37.
Kenson Joseph about to take up the attack from the southern end. 102 for 1 Victoria United, and ConX certainly needing a breakthrough sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think if it's one thing that's going to help their situation now is a wicket or two. And that will just probably slow Victoria down a bit. Hopefully for ConX, they would, hope that they can get a wicket after the water break when, the concentration is a bit broken. They look for 2 here. And this is very good running from Shiwinganga and Kelvin Bihari. Oh. They're picking up right where they left off, with good running between the wickets, and they're finding the boundaries with ease.
So is what you want to see after one of those short drinks breaks. Tend to be infamous for losing momentum. That's something that ConX would want to take advantage of.
Kenson Joseph, they're trying to use his feet to help him.
He stepped down quite early. Almost yoked himself.
Shiwinganga 54 of 30. A real good innings. Hit a couple of 6s in that as well. 3 6s in fact. And I think 5 4s.
Going on right now. We have to.
That's a good delivery from Kenson Joseph. It's not been a bad start. It's been a bit more consistent than some of the others. The other bowlers that we've seen.
A good use of this over the wicket angle to the left-hander.
Oh, he's using his feet and he's hit the screws out of that one. It's gone into the stands. And another 6 for Shiwinganga.
Well, that was the most powerful one yet. Brings up the 100 partnership between these two. Shiwinganga contributing 60 of those runs.
It was that little shuffle down the wicket that helped him to meet the ball on the full. And after that, it was just about placement, and he placed it way over the fielder's head.
Starting to run at the bowlers now, both batsmen.
That's 111 for 1 now. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a very good delivery.
Yeah, he's want to make sure that Shiwinganga knows it too.
Have a look at that. That part's very close to that outside edge. Oof.
He was giving him the live delivery, and then he went up to give him a replay of his events.
And this time, it's gone a couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. So Shiwinganga getting the last laugh in this over. He's on to 64. And Victoria are flying here. It's 115 for 1.
Yeah, he's not happy with 50. He wants much more than 50 on a finals day like this as well. Stamping his authority on the occasion.
They're going to have to continue chopping and changing with their bowlers. I think when you're in a situation like this, you don't want to wait too late to bring back your opening bowlers if they bowled well. You want to just bring in your best and try and pick up a wicket. The only thing that will help them at the moment is a wicket. I think if there's one thing that you could probably see that's gone their way is that Kelvin Bihari has probably not faced as much delivery as he would have liked over the past few overs. So they've staffed him off strike a little bit, but it's been costing them runs on the other end because Shiwinganga is on the charge.
Yeah, I don't think any one batsman they would prefer bowling at right now. Both quite intimidating in their own right. How would you go about getting a wicket on this surface, such a batting-friendly surface?
It's not easy. I tell you that. Is Zad Clark again. And I think he's probably doing the right thing. He's varying his pace. He's varying his deliveries as well. Some off spin, some leg spin. So I think he's trying to do things a little bit differently and make something happen for his team. He bowled a pretty good first over, just 5 runs off it. And in the context of this game, in the context of any T20, that's something that you'd be very happy with. If you could continue on that note, but you need some support from the other end. He just needs to keep building dot balls together. It's a good delivery, a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Definitely outside leg on that occasion.
Morning, boy, morning.
Yeah, pitching outside for sure. It's a good delivery though. Another good delivery, so Zad Clark is coming back well here.
The other good thing is they're not rotating the strike quite as easily off of him.
A loud appeal once again. Not out, says the umpire, but they'll sneak a quick single. Leg by signaled.
Just taking advantage of that appeal to just sneak through ever so quickly. Brought in a man at a short cover position, short-ish. Hit straight to him.
So good planning. Zad Clark just 1 or 2 runs off the over. 117 for one delivery to go. And he cruises off well with a dot. That's 2 very good overs. So if they could keep going like that, if they could keep building on what Zad Clark has been able to do, this could really bring some wickets to them, because they are starting to run out of overs. Just 8 overs left. And you know, if you get 2 more overs for 10 runs, they're going to feel a bit under pressure. I think the big question is who's going to be bowling from the southern end now. They've been leaking runs from that end.
Captain is back into the attack, Faraz Mohammed. 15 runs coming from his first over. There's a third man in the ring, backward point cover, and a deep cover. Long off. Long on is wide again. Deep mid wicket, deep forward square, and a fine leg in the ring.
It's pulled away from Ganga behind square and into the boundary for 4. I think Faraz Mohammed is probably a bit quicker than the other pieces that we've seen. So all those fielders on the leg side need to move back a little bit, move behind square. We've got all of them pretty much in front square, except that one fielder that should be much finer. And then even that long on, he's more of a corner. They've moved around a bit now, but it's too little too late. He's gone over the wicket as well. Sure, Ganga just doing the right things, opening the face to the offside and gets a single, not getting carried away.
He seems very reactive in his captaincy. Tends to change the positionings quite often, especially after a boundary. It's Kelvin Bihari now.
Oh, he's looking to get cheeky into the keeper's gloves there. And just a week, the signal is going to be by, so he missed out. Pass close to the stumps as well.
That was very close to the stumps from Mohammed there. I don't think, against, as you say, one of the quickest bowlers on the team, you want to be getting all that funky, especially when you have so much success hitting orthodox shots already. But you can understand it because there's no one really in that region.
So good hit again from Ganga. Beats the man. Picks up another boundary.
This is going downhill quickly for ConX Allstars. Doesn't matter what angle he bowls from. Ganga seems very adept at pulling the ball.
Pulled away again this time, straight to the man. Ganga gets a single. He's on to 74. Well, 100 well on the cards for him here. Bihari on the other end on 41. I remember a time that they were on 38 and 36 respectively, and Ganga's just taken over.
He's really going ahead now.
Oh, and he's working this one into the leg side, not getting enough bat on it. And he's just going to get, in fact, he's not got any bat on it, it's going to be leg byes. A single to close off the over at the end of 13 overs, 129, so they're maintaining that 10 runs and over. They're just under now, but they've got a lot of wickets in hand, so 200 is looking very much possible. In fact, they'll probably be looking more at 210, 220.
Well, that will be quite a difficult total to chase down.
Yeah, I think psychologically when you go into a final and you're chasing something like anything over 200, it's almost like you feel a little bit defeated already, psychologically.
Similarly, we saw today in the ILT 20 final, Desert Vipers would have batted first, put up 182, and my Emirates couldn't come anywhere close to that.
Yeah, it was looking at a stage where I think it was Shakib and Pollard were batting, and it felt like they were setting up the game to go big in the end, and when both of them got out, it was just downhill from there.
Zard Clark in for his third over now. He'd want to continue on the good work he's started.
Not the greatest of deliveries. Way too straight. The keeper's going to have to give chase. Can't get there. And it seems like the fielder from short third man has gotten around and done a good enough job. But in fact, it's going to be signal 4 by the umpire. So it is a boundary. 133 now. It was just badly lined, and with two batsmen who are in such good form at the moment, you can't give them anything offline. They're going to capitalize.
Sebastian Yip couldn't quite whip it down in time.
So Bihari is now approaching a half century as well. He's on to 45.
Seems they put in some protection behind square on the leg side, right where that ball went now.
Well, this is the field that they should have had. They had nobody up in the circle on the leg side. A better delivery.
course, looking back even further in that under 23 final that you would have played, there was a lot of scoreboard pressure as well.
Good delivery. You're right about that. Scoreboard pressure does play a big part in a final.
I don't know now.
Oh, he's looking to go big there. Misses out. And we'll get a bye.
Well, now he's getting some turn.
Yeah, I think if you're going to get turn from anyone on this surface, it's going to be your spinners. I think the off spinners are going to have a hard time.
Of course, with this 20 over game not going as late as the 30 over games from earlier in this season, not sure how much of an impact Dew would have, especially starting at 20 past 5 p.m.
We'll look for two here. Well, he could be run out and he's not picked up the ball. And they get to Kelvin Bihari was diving in despair, but he's gotten safely in the end. Let's have a look at it again. He was gone for all money if Zad Clark picked up the ball.
Yeah, so Zad Clark was a bit animated, maybe as he was saying might not have been the greatest throw, but it was right there for him to take.
I think sometimes when you're the bowler in that situation and the ball is fired back in, you're so preoccupied with hitting this something you forget to actually pick up the ball. And I think that's what happened at that point in time. I think that one probably pitching outside leg. It's going to be another change in bowling.
There's a lot of discussions going on at that southern end between the Brains Trust.
Maybe Anand Ramtahal again.
The change of ends for him now.
I think they've got to be willing to try anything at this point, because it's been way too easy for Victoria. This partnership now with 125 runs.
And you might look now at Bihari's innings and say 45 from 35 looks a bit slow, but he's playing a real good supporting role for Shu and Ganga.
Oh, he's hit this one over the top. Could rush into the boundary, and it does. So, not of Calvin, if Calvin Bihari heard you, but he's looking to turn it up a bit now.
I was encouraging him.
It wasn't a bad ball either. And he just stood back on his back foot and punched it. So the 50 up for Kelvin Bihari. What an innings this has been from both of these batsmen. He's got a deep cover, long off, a deep point. And get a single, they look for two. And Shu and Ganga deciding not to get the second run in the end.
They were paused in the middle of the pitch for quite some time there.
Once again, if Ramtal was able to pick up the ball cleanly, could have been effected a run out on the non-strikers then. Oh, he's gone big. That's a big hit. That's gone a long way over the mid-wicket boundary from Ganga.
Well, there's no one in the crowd there to fetch that, but it went exactly where could have had spectators. This fielder is going to have to fetch it on his own.
Ganga's on to 82 now. Just a single. So one delivery to go in 15th over. After Zarkak has continued to bowl well from the northern end. They've been leaking runs from that other end. Gets another single, so looks like one delivery to go in the over. And a single to close off, so 150 for one at the end of 15. And with that, Dylan Sharma takes his leave. And I'd like to welcome Anil Lakan for these final 5 overs. And 150 for one, 15 overs. A good position to be in a final.
Excellent position indeed. Victoria United, led by Ganga, really turning it on here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, showing what a class player indeed he is. And now in his twilight of his career, displaying a wider array of shots, that we would have demonstrated earlier in his career. Earlier in his career, he was more accumulator than a stroke player, but here we're seeing a wide range of stroke play.
And he's bowled him. Zach Clark has bowled him with a Yorker, and it's not going to be 100 for Ganga tonight. He has to go for 84.
So what a excellent delivery there from Zad Clark. Yorker on leg stump. Ganga looking to hoik that into the leg side. Missing it completely, playing right around it and losing his leg pull. So wicket number 2 goes down for Victoria United. Ganga leaving the scene here for a well-played 86.
Yeah, that top innings from Ganga. And in the end, just beaten probably for a bit of extra pace. And the new batsman in at number 4, it's going to be Roger Sinat. Yeah, can't have so much better than that from your spinner. He's been good all night into his 4th over now, 1 for 12.
Yes, Zad Clark really remodeling his bowling in his early days. Liam, he was an out-and-out fast bowler, but deciding at this stage of his career, to change it up a bit and showing how effective, that change has been. So Victoria United well on its way to possibly getting anyway to that 200 mark, which I honestly think, Liam, is going to be a very challenging score. to get.
Yeah, I think 200 is going to be difficult on this in this final. It is a wicket where 200 is on the cards, but you know that scoreboard pressure and the experience of Shu and Ganga on the other end of that, it's not going to be easy to chase down.
Yeah, showing Ganga, a very shrewd operator, yeah, especially in the white ball format. So the new batsman, Roger Sinat, left-hander. So good over thus far from Zad Clark.
Oh, and almost popping this one straight back to him. He's been mixing it up. He's been bowling some off spin to the left-handers. He's been bowling leg spin to the right-hander.
Yeah, that one just seems to stopped a bit on the pitch, Liam. Good looking sweep shot there. Goes down to the backward square. Only a single on offer. So that takes Kevin on to 52 from 40 deliveries. Projected score, Liam, 194.
And I think they could probably be looking for more than that with the amount of wickets that they have left in the tank. Still have Dari Balgobin to come into bat as well. Know how long he hits the ball. Was a good delivery.
Well, I'm really surprised that Dari didn't come ahead. The only thing I could think about is they're trying to keep that left-hand, right-hand combination out in the middle.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, because I think in a situation like this where you have 5 overs left, you want Dari Balgobin out there to finish off the innings and get them to that 200. He's going to bowl the leg spinner now, swept away. And straight to the man at short fine leg, just one. So Zad Clark completes a brilliant spell. 4 overs, 1 for 15, and in a game where pretty much everybody has gone the distance, he could hold his head high here.
Yeah, so apart from Zad Clark, all the other bowlers have travelled around the around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So it's good to see that, you know, inspire piece of bowling there from Zad Clark, just pulling things back. But at this stage of the game, we could clearly state that Victoria United is way ahead in this contest, Liam.
Yeah, 100%. And they now got 4 overs. If ConX could just manage these 4 overs and probably try to get them to below 180, 190, anywhere around there, it'll be a good comeback. But there's still a lot of runs to chase in a final.
Yeah, in a 20 over game, anything over 160, 170, normally is going to take a lot out of the batting team, you know, to even get close. Somebody has to play a blinder.
And just as what Shu and Ganga did. There's going to be Marlon Sue back into the attack. Slow ball to start.
And the new batter really isn't really helping the cause here, Liam. They really need him to continue to go guns blazing and just allow Kevin maybe to batter over or so, and then really take it to the rest of the bowlers here. Just about 3.5 overs remaining in this innings. So he's basically now putting a lot of pressure on Calvin there.
It's another slower ball, and you have to wait a long time for that one. It's a good delivery, a smart delivery.
Yeah, military medium, as we would say, Liam. Something you've grown accustomed to, eh? But
yeah, you could almost see it from his run-up that he's going to bowl the slower ball. This time he's hit this well, but straight to the man. They want 2, and it's going to be easily done in the end. I think the fielder down not long off. Took a while to get the ball back in.
Yeah, he was just sitting and waiting until it comes to him. But I mean, even the best of fielders, around the circuit, to really throw that ball from maybe 60 meters, to affect that run out, it's going to take a big effort. You must have a bullet throw.
Oh, he's looking to go across the line and appeal. Not out, says the umpire. It was a good diving effort from the wicketkeeper.
Keeper
Sebastian
having
Yip.
a rough night tonight.
I don't think they'll be too unhappy with this over at all. Just 3 runs off it. If he could get out with going for under 6, he'll be very happy. Oh, he's hit that well and straight. And straight enough, he picks up a boundary.
So excellent shot by Kevin there, just extending the levers and going past the bowler. Once it goes past the bowler, as straight as an arrow, and another 4 runs into the books. So that takes the score to 160 for 2. Kelvin moves on to 58 from 44 deliveries. How they'd want to get to possibly 190, that 200 mark is still on the cards. Liam, one big over here, and it definitely will be on the cards to get to that total, that magical total of 200.
Final delivery of the over coming up. Slower ball again. This time it's a full toss. The square leg umpire is on move too. It's not going to be a no ball. It's just going to be a single. So 17 overs done. 161 for 2.
Oh, that definitely look above the waist. So Roger Marlon Seal very lucky to get away with that one. 3 overs remaining in the innings. Victoria United in the ascendancy here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. You are looking at the Southern Sports over 40 final.
There's 3 overs to go. Looks to be the skipper, Faraz Mohammed. And he's gone. Kevin Bihari has to go. A brilliant catch from the wicketkeeper. And the skipper Faraz Mohammed picks up a wicket and on the edge. That's a good take. And he almost fell down after taking the catch. But that is the 3rd wicket to go. Kevin Bihari goes for 58.
So another one bites the dust here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
So it's going to be, looks like it's going to be Dari Balgobin heading out now. It is going to be Dari Balgobin heading out to the middle now.
Possibly 2 overs later than he would have wanted to go out there. Dari Balgobin, a natural stroke player, has been around the circuit for a very long time.
Dari plays a lot of cricket with your good friend Davy.
Yeah, they do play together in Queen's Park. There is the Sasha uh, team that plays in the Davis Cup.
Yeah.
Where's that? Where's that? Right in
Sasha Cost Cutters.
Mark 60 thing? Or
I've been doing some work with them as well, Liam.
also the same thing?
And I know you're a busy man these days. Hit straight to the man. And the dot ball for Firaz Mohammed. It's been a good comeback since they've got Ganga out. No boundaries. In fact, that's the one boundary since then. And they've really taken control of this last phase of the innings so far.
Well, it's important at this stage of the game, Liam, if you could stitch a couple of dot balls and minimize the scoring, it really does set up the tempo for the change of innings in terms of getting that momentum going into your batting. So Faraz doing an excellent job in this over. Are they going to steal a leg by? This one just on the pads there, Dari failing to make contact, but was quick off the mark. Thus far 17 sixes in this innings. So it has been a one-man show indeed, Liam Mamshan. Ganga really showing off his wares here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, rolling back the years.
Yeah, he had some help from Kelvin Vihari as well. That innings from Ganga was something special. This one has gone high in the air. I don't think the fielder's going to get it. And they'll pick up 2 runs. The wicketkeeper was chasing after it. The fielder from the boundary was running in. And it just dropped in between both of them, just outside the 30-yard circle.
So far as going for the change of pace there. And the batter trying to hoik that ball into the leg side, just getting a top edge basically and going miles into the midnight sky. But luckily for him, it fell in no man's land. So that takes the score on to 156, that brace. Whereas this one is short, this one is pulled down to the backward square and it's rolling away towards the boundary. And a wonderful piece of fielding down at the deep backward square boundary. But they're going to come back for a well-run 3 runs. So 3 valuable runs to the total here at the end of the over. So 12 balls to go in the innings. Sad Clark there, the standout bowler, 4 overs, 16 dots, 15 runs, and getting a wicket there. But it's going to be...
I think it's going to be Marlon Sue.
Bowling from the southern end. And this one is hoiked into the leg side, down to the backward square. Gonna turn for 1. And they're gonna come back for 2 quite comfortably. So excellent running there from this pair. Dari Balgobin and Roger Sina.
A bit expensive from Marlon Sue. You want to just finish off with a good over. They've been very good since getting Ganga out. So if they could just cruise off this innings. We spoke about 200 at a point in time. Now if they get to 180, they've done well. And I think that's credit that has to go to the bowling team for pulling it back after picking up a couple of wickets.
But this guy on the screen there, Roger Sinat, he could be very destructive. But choosing to go across the line of flight was Roger Sinat. To me, should have been aiming right back over the bowler's head. That had the length, the line, everything to allow the free movement of the arms.
I think not picking the slower ball again. And just swinging for the hills. This
And
time he's gone full and wide, too wide.
To see you there just overcompensating there.
There's 10 deliveries left in the innings.
And
Dot
some
ball.
good, a valuable dot ball there, this one. Just being muscled out to extra cover there. A good stop indeed. Restricting the scoring to a dot ball.
Gone wide again. He's looking to hit this one over long on, and he gets it. He gets enough. Finally, something off the middle of the bat for Roger Sinat. He gets a 6.
And this one, just in the arc, outside the line of the off stump there. And all Sinat had to do was really plant that right leg across and went with the tide. And a massive hit indeed over the deep mid-wicket boundary. So that takes the score to 169. 185 still on the cards, Liam.
Yeah, I think 185 is still a very good total, especially in a final. Oh, he's looking to sweep now, and I think that's going to be a wide down the leg side. I think Marlon Sue just giving away some free ones after he bowled a pretty good. He had a pretty good start to the over. He's just sort of losing it a bit. Pulled straight to the man at short mid wicket, and we'll get a single. Dari Balgobin is going to get the strike for the first time in this over, and it's just going to be for the last ball.
Yeah, so Dari having come in with just about 15 balls remaining in the innings. He hasn't really had the opportunity, Liam, to settle. He's been suffered from the strike there, getting very little of it. But hopefully he could get a single here with the last ball of the 19th over, and really go for goal in that final 20th in the final over.
Oh, good delivery. A good Yorker leg delivery. Splitting Dari. Balgobin in the middle. At the end of 171 for 3. They could get that 15 runs in this over, they'll be very happy. I still think 170 odd, or where they at, whatever they get from here is a good bonus. It's still a very good total for
But to me, if you ask me, Liam, I think this total, is a total in terms of a very dominant position. Anything over 160, 170 in a 20 over game, it's going to take a huge effort. And one of the important aspects of wanting to get to that total, they will have to get a flying start in the power play overs as well. Maybe somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 50 to 60 runs in that power play they will have to target. Otherwise, the runs per over is just going to start climbing with every delivery.
I think if you don't get that, you'll be playing catch up for the entire innings, and we saw that after 6 overs in this first innings, Victoria was 60 for 1. The ideal start to a final, the ideal position you want to be in. So it's the skipper Faraz Mohammed coming in to close off the innings. First ball a single, so Dari Balgobin That's 5 balls. A possible 5 balls to face.
And I'm backing Dari with this ball to go big, Liam. He's going to find a maximum with this delivery. You can see him just setting himself there, ensuring that that left leg gets out of the outside the line, so he could really free those arms.
We got a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, and a deep cover point. And they've got almost like a fly turn, like a fly slip. A third man there, he's very, very straight. No one on that leg side boundary. They've got just the 3 fielders. No one out in that leg side on the circle, I mean. They've got those 3 fielders out on the boundary. You look for 2 here. He could get 4. And the fielder out there, Gideon Matthews, doing well. Bargo been off the mark now, his first 2 runs of the game.
Messi would be very impressed with that stop there.
Before you were here, Anil, Gideon Matthews slid to get a ball and kicked the ball over the rope for 4.
Wow.
So it's a good comeback. 4 deliveries to go now. And this one, he just spooned it up. Chance of a run out and he's missed. He's taken out the umpire. It's
So,
all happening here.
So it's a comedy of errors here at the back end of this innings here. The umpiring scampering for safety there. But all ends well.
I don't think if you as a coach, you would know you don't want him to run the ball there. If it's just 1 in the last over, just leave it at 1. He threw the ball, he missed, and he took out the umpire, and now they've got another run.
Yeah, it looks like cartoon cricket at the moment, Liam.
The 3 deliveries to go. Balgobin still on strike, he's on 4 now.
I'm still backing him to go big here, Liam.
Yeah, I think he has at least 1. He's pulled this one away straight to the man. 1 bounce. Just for a single.
So Faraz doing an excellent job in the final over of the innings here, but still facing a formidable total from the Victoria United Sports Club, 177 for 3. You know, it is a very strong position indeed. 2 deliveries left. Are we going to see a maximum here?
We've already seen Raja hit a few out of the middle. We need 1 or 2 more just to close off this innings. If they could get 2 sixes, I'll take them to 189. He's pulled it straight to short fine leg for a single. Oh. Faraz wanted to be very happy with this over so far. Just 7 runs off it, 1 delivery to go. So a reminder that they were 150 for 1 in 15 overs. So this comeback has been excellent. This
But
28 runs in the last.
Is it too little, too late at this stage, Liam? I think.
Yeah, I think so.
believe that the damage was done originally by Kelvin and the man himself, Ganga, really setting the piece. You know, lighting up the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I mean, I must admit, for over 40 game, there has been a fairly appreciative crowd turning up here to see this final.
And that's the one that we were speaking of. Dari Balgobin gets one out of the middle into the party stand to close off the innings. And, you know, you spoke about you're backing him to hit 1. It was always just a matter of time. He closes off the innings exactly how Victoria would have wanted. And they'll finish off 184 for 3 in 20 overs. It's really going to be a difficult task for ConX.
So I honestly feel that you know, Victoria United, even though they were in the ascendancy at 150 for 2, Liam, I felt they missed the trick by allowing Dari Balgobin to come a lot lower than he would have liked in the batting order. So at the end of the first half, Victoria United 184 for 3. 185 would be required in the second innings to become winners of the Southern Sports over 40 final.
we are about to resume play. Second innings. ConX need 190 for victory in 20 overs. That's at a run rate of 9.5 runs per over.
So ConX are going to need 190 runs in 20 overs to be the champions of the Southern Sports over 40. Taking first strike is going to be John Coate. The non-strikers then is Zad Clark. Bowler coming off a long run-up. To Roger Sinat.
I've been made aware by Andalakan that I think he's just wearing the wrong t-shirt, but it's actually going to be Rodney Jaglal who's going to be bowling. Left arm medium fast. So he started off with a no ball over the waist. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Well, the perfect start for ConX.
That's exactly what they needed. And not the best start there from Rodney Jaglal.
Almost went all the way for 6 as well, Dylan.
It was ever so close.
Oh, John Coate is off the mark with a boundary, and he's got a free hit to face up too.
Thought the start couldn't get any worse. Well, there's a free hit now too.
This time cut straight to the man. Well, that was a better length, a much better length than a full toss. But that's where he needs to be.
Well, no slip in position this time around. There's a deep third of backward point cover, extra cover.
A loud appeal, but that's way too high.
I don't think it pitched in line either.
Let's have a look at it again. Probably just pitching in line, but way too high.
Yeah, didn't have much going for it.
We saw some good batting in that first innings and some poor bowling. I think Victoria would know that that's where they were able to capitalize. He's bowled him a perfect Yorker from Rodney Jaglal, and he's picked up the first wicket for Victoria in the final. Coate has to go is 5 for 1.
Well, he was too full to begin, a bit shorter after, and this time spot on. Can never do much with those, especially with the swing as well.
Yeah, just a bit of late movement back in, just enough to do Rodney. Is it John Coate? So he has to go for 4. The first wicket for Victoria in the final. And if they could get a couple more early wickets in the power play, they could try and wrap this one up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to let any of the batsmen get on any long run. And we'll have that impact as soon as possible. This here is like Mitchell Stark.
Coate has already made his way back to the pavilion, and the number 3 batsman is yet to make it out there. Are we going to see a timeout situation, Dylan?
Well, I'm all for it.
It's going to be Jason Cato, seems to be, in at number 3. He's got to get out there quickly.
Might have just been caught off guard a bit with that wicket falling so early.
It tends to happen. You don't expect to lose a wicket on the first overs too really. But Rodney Jackal, just as you mentioned, it's just reminding you of Mitchell Stark a bit. He always loves a first wicket, a first over wicket. Especially in this Ashes series that's currently going on. I think
2 wickets already fallen since last night. From Brooke and Stokes.
Ben Stokes just got out about 5 minutes ago without scoring.
Here's K2 now. And again, very full. Lovely.
This picks up his boundary. The boundary of the first ball, a good start for Keto. To right, it was over pitch again. In fact, it didn't pitch. Another full toss. So just all over the shop a bit is Rodney Jagal. But when he has gotten the ball onto the surface, he's been effective.
There's a lot of surprises. You don't know what's going to come your way. Wide down leg side this time.
It continues to be all over the shop. I mean, you tend to expect that in over 40 cricket, that the bowlers aren't of the highest quality, so they're going to struggle a bit to be consistent and to hit the right areas often.
I think we're also a bit spoiled in the first innings with that batting.
And it really was a good innings from Shuinganga, as well as Kelvin Bihari.
I'm excited to see Shiranganga with the ball too. Zard Clark now about to face up.
He's going to face his first delivery. We've seen a lot from the other end so far in this 5 deliveries that have been bowled. The dot ball to finish, so the end of the first over, 11 for 1, ConX.
First over has been completed. Score is 11 for 1. 11 for 1. First over being bowled by Krishna Jagral.
Rodney Jackal was able to pick up that first wicket. But, cost him a couple of boundaries, some wides as well.
And all in all, they would take that with the wicket.
And we have Rodney Jagral picking up the attack from the southern end. The keeper has asked for the helmet. That's a sign that you will be right up to the stumps. Thus trying to prevent the batsman from bringing his crease. We have Jason Pitcher on side.
So it's cut away, beats the fielder, and that is another boundary for Jason Ketu. He's come out and really done a good job here.
So Wit on offer and taking him up to task.
Simon short, pulled away. On the field is set for it. I think we're going to see a lot better field settings in this second innings because you've got the experience of Shu and Ganga at your disposal. He's going to be making sure that everyone is where they need to be.
Again, the wicketkeeper is right up, directly behind the stumps.
Zach Clark is going to face up now.
Only 2 seatsmen allowed outside the 50-yard circle. Both of them.
Not yet off the mark, Zard Clark. Not yet will he be.
That's played square,
A good bit of fielding from the man at point there.
not yielding any runs.
Simon hit straight down to mid off, no run.
Zad is assuming approaching his innings with a very measured approach, being very careful.
And he's going to get off the mark.
And that's a quick single.
Oh,
It means that one strike.
that's the one delivery to go. Jason Cato already 2 boundaries in his first 4 deliveries. He's off to a very good start. And he's worked this one down to the deep fine leg. The man from backward square gets around and gets some footwork going. They pick up 2. So the end of the second over, 19 for 1. They're currently exactly where they need to be in terms of the required rate. They're going at 9.5 and over.
Some smart batting in our last delivery there. There's a lot of area there that you could have hit the ball to and run a single or 2. It was very well done to just nudge it behind.
ConX is keeping up with the run rate. Remember, they need to score at a rate of 9.5 runs and over. It's exactly 9.5 after 2 overs. The score is 19. And we see Krishna Jagdal continuing from the northern end. This is over number 3. Being bowled.
Down the leg side. And it's going to be a wide.
Pointing to the danger zone. So he's asking the bowler to go on the side of caution, which is policy.
Brilliant delivery again. Yorker length and scrambling through for 1.
That's one Montez Stali. Again, the umpire is having a conversation with Krishna Jagdal.
He's just narrowing in on those pads. And I think that's where he's probably been his most effective.
Definitely where he wants to be with that pace he has. Powerful action at the crease too.
It's a situation of you miss, I hit.
Again, keeping those stumps in play. Interesting change to the round the wicket angle this early. Always want to make use of that left arm angle, but he seemed to be a bit more accurate from this angle.
Yeah, right on spot again. That's a good delivery. just a bit shorter, a bit quicker, rushing onto him a bit. And continues to impress in this over.
Apart from that one wide, just 2 singles so far.
Was a good stop there. Chance of a run out. He couldn't get back up in time, but it was a good stop. They get through for a single in the end.
Exactly what you want from your fielders. Kishore Sobi. Really only want to stamp your authority on the innings, whether it's in the field, with the ball, with the bat.
And a scamper through for another single. Chance of a run out. And they don't get there in the end. They don't get the run out in the end. So it's a single to close off the third over. At the end of 3 is 24 for 1. Maybe Ronnie Jagger to continue. Not a bad first over. Just the one boundary of it. We're going to get through for a quick single here.
Yeah, continuing to bowl in some good areas. Rodney Jaglal doesn't have to really look for anything too magical at this stage. There's a lot of runs to be gotten. Just the pressure from the previous over, a few singles, dots. Continuing all of that into this over is exactly what is needed.
I think Zad Clark, as he picks up his first boundary here, but I was just about to say I thought he's been a bit tentative, a bit too slow, but seems to be opening up now.
Yeah, definitely from a batting perspective, that's not at all what they would want. They would want to certainly make some use of the power play.
And we saw Victoria at the end of their 6 overs was 60 for 1. And if they could get anywhere close to that, they'll be pretty happy. They know that they've given themselves a good platform. But I think what Victoria did so well is that after the power play, they kept going. They didn't let the power play slow them down. In the air, just wide of Dari Balgobin, a diving Dari Balgobin at cover. And another boundary for Zad Clark, so he is opening up now to these fuller deliveries.
It's right there for the taking for both batsman and the fielder. Diving towards it. Well, Zad Clark has certainly heard you.
I'm short and pulled away, but straight to the man. Just one delivery to close off now. Keto's on 15. Zad Clark's on around about 12. A good delivery from Rodney, so they get to the end of the fourth, 34 for 1. They're going at a decent rate, just under 9 runs and over. And I think they'd want a bit more. After this over, I'll be leaving even the capable hands of Dylan Sharma and Anil Lakan. Oh, they still require 156 more runs to win from 16 overs, 96 deliveries. As looks like Zad Clark had a change in bat.
Thought he was going quite well with that bat in the previous over.
Looks like it is going to be Jagal to continue.
Guidance there from Zad Clark. Just keeping the score ticking over. Ready 2T between these two.
Another full toss in the gap. And it's not going to run all the way for 4. Let's just pick up a simple 2 runs.
A nice bit of gap finding there, just not enough legs on it towards the boundary. But these two definitely looking more and more comfortable at the crease as they go further into the innings.
Keto looking to cut there. Not making any connection.
Brilliant there from Jaglar. 2 very full deliveries, not giving Jason Keto any room. Six fielders on the offside, all really looking as if they made a wall.
A loud appeal. That one looked a bit closer than any of the others that we've seen from him, but I still think it might just be going down leg.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the closer ones.
Well, I could see the umpires thinking that that one is probably going down leg.
It's never straightening.
Oh, it's a good hit. Up and over. The cover fielder thought he was in the game for a bit. Want another boundary for ConX.
Brilliant shot there, just missing his length and just freeing of the arms from Zad Clark.
So he's now caught up to Jason Keto. He was on 3 of 9 just a bit ago, so his last 5 deliveries giving him 14 runs. It's really started his charge, so 1 over to go in the power play. So I'm going to leave you now, Dylan, and Anna Lakan will join you in just a bit.
The score is 42 for 1. 42 for 1 after 5 overs.
Spin introduced for the first time now from the southern end. After a slight bit of confusion earlier, it is going to be Roger Sinat. And he's going up, going hard at that and past the infield. But he's not going to have enough to take it to the boundary.
Still getting 2 runs.
2 runs for Kato. Leg spinner, given the grip and action that Sinat possesses. Good delivery there. Just looking for that threatening spot on the pitch. Not giving away anything early. He's in again to Kato. Flighted this time close to the fielder, but passed him in a matter of milliseconds towards the boundary for 4. Tossed up that time, but into the arc and past that fielder there. That's Rodney Jaglal. No fielders up close, as has been the trend for most of the innings. Pulled out of that one. And again, bit of byplay developing between these two. This time shorter and pulling it powerfully towards the boundary it goes, but slowing up. And did he do a good job there? Umpire seems to be okay with it. He's able to save 2. Sweeping this time towards that fine leg fielder. Just a slight fumble will ensure that they're through for that single. There's that fielding effort there, saving 2 runs. Right on the stumps to finish off. Dot delivery. 51 for 1 up.
differential game between ConX Innings and Web Victoria Wood. And this time then they will take each side.
Change from the northern end now. Lennox Sahadeo. Out of the power play phase now. Fielders in the deeper third man cover and long off, long on and deep backward square. Good start from Lennox. Just 1 to K2. Targeting the stumps again. Wider that time from Sahadeo. Joined now by Anil Lakan.
So the score 52 for 1, a 6.7th over in operation, Lennox. And this one is carved away to backward point. There's one, they're going to come back with 2 easily. Misfield from the fielder there at backward point.
Rather quickly, but might want to do a bit better off of that.
Yeah, so ConX just staying within striking distance at this time.
It's much closer than what we saw in the first game.
And this one is flicked away down to the deep fine leg boundary for 4 runs. A lovely looking shot there from Zad Clark, angling that ball into the pads, and all he needed to do was turn that wrist, and that ball races across the turf here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So 4 to the total. Score moves up to 58 for 1.
There's a lot of
And
vacant area in that region.
Yeah.
Fine leg.
Yeah, acres of space down at the deep backward square region there. But all we're seeing is basically, you know, they're staying. It's about even Stevens when you compare the first innings. Victoria United were just 60 after 6 overs here, and they're 59. They're going to be at 60. They're going to be 60 here, just into the 7th over. So nothing to really write home about for the loss of 1 wicket. So in terms of where the chase is at the moment, it's important indeed for both these players to continue to try and stay within that 7-8 run mark per over in order to stay in the hunt. 2 wickets here on either side could really change, you know, the course of this run chase. So they are now 61 for 1, but if you were to add 10 runs to that, you know, maybe in the 8 over 70 for 3, then it really changes the whole dynamics of the chase. But at this stage, Jason Cato is batting brilliantly together with Zad Clark. You know, they not taking any undue risk at this stage, but what they are doing is that they are working themselves into a very good position leading up into the halfway stage of this game. And at the halfway stage of this game, we'll be able to have a better assessment of where this run chase is going.
Yeah, definitely gave themselves quite a bit of time early on to allow to build into this innings, and So far, they've been able to keep up with that required rate. Hasn't gone over 10 as yet. Around the halfway stage in the first innings, we were just around 100. So you'll have to see how that compares at the 10 over mark.
What Victoria did well in their first innings is that they were able to really motor along to 150 for 2 in 15 overs. And because Ganga was really playing a very special innings indeed, it really helped them to propel them as a unit, you know, to that very commanding score at the end of their 20 overs.
The CNAT continues.
So this one is played out to mid-wicket, just a single on offer. So Roger Sinat not for 10. You'll want to add at least 1 wicket in the wickets column here. Possibly get rid of Jason Ketu, who looks the more set batter at this stage. Very deft touch indeed. Just allowing that ball to come onto the bat. And they're going to come back for 2. So some very, very tidy feeling indeed from Roger there, allowing that ball to slip his grasp and allowing the batters to come back for a comfortable second run. So these are some of the things here now that could really define where we are. Every run scored now, you know, really keeps them in the hunt.
You don't want to be giving up those.
So this one is played down to the backward square. Nice looking sweep shot there. Ball just angling into leg stump. Roger Sinat bowling some right arm leg spin.
You see, after taking that run, key to what the non-striker's end was on the ground.
Yeah, so both these players running hard between the wickets, one of the hallmark of this partnership. Turning 1s into 2s and obviously 2 into 3s. And a lovely delivery in there, but lovely played. Just taking it off his legs into that backward square region. There's only a single on offer, some excellent feeling indeed.
Yeah, that's something we saw in the first innings as well, turning those 1s into 2s, looking to run whenever they couldn't find the boundary.
It's important. You get 4 2s in an over and then you walk 2 singles. Then here you are. You're right on cue with the required run rate. Well bowled, and this is a lovely, lovely floated leg spinner there. Just on about that middle and leg stump line. Nothing Kato could do, just trying to use the pace, take the pace of the delivery to steal a single. But the guys in the circle there at a backward point was very quick to come in and stop that single. So Roger Sinat getting into his work here now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, enjoying cool conditions here and a loud appeal, and that has to be very close indeed.
The umpire shook his head almost immediately, but it really was a bit closer, I thought, as well.
Well, I can't understand what was the reason behind that the umpire not giving that decision, and I must admit the fielding team must feel very disheartened by that decision.
I think he's signaling he wants a review. There's no reviews in this tournament. Not for them.
So clearly that was a lot closer than we first envisaged.
I think it looked out to me.
Well, to me, you know, it looked very adjacent indeed, and what helped the appeal was the fact that he was playing across the line of flight, which should have made it an even easier decision, you know, for the umpire. But fortune favors the brave. Jason Keto continues to live on, and Victoria United. Very important for them as well, you know, to get on with the game and don't allow these little situations, you know, to disrupt their preparation and their plans. But that really looked pretty adjacent, I must admit. But, you know, we've got to give the umpire the benefit of the doubt. He's in the best position
Of
you
course,
know, to make that call.
we're behind the
Yeah.
from the angle. You wouldn't have been able to see it front
Yeah.
on.
So this is a lovely flowing extra cover drive there. Beating extra cover to his right and beating the middle of his left. And away she goes for a glorious extra cover drive. So the score moves on by 4. And Keto is really motoring along and keeping his team in the hunt.
That was very elegant there from Jason Keto. Really flourishing now. 34 from 24. And you always like to start off the over with a boundary as well.
But when you get that early boundary in the over, what it does take away the pressure of having to take that undue risk, you know, somewhere between the middle and coming to the back end. Now they could basically look at singles and possibly, you know, look to run hard to get, you know, the doubles as well. And they were right within the striking distance of the required run rate. 9 to over in operation, 71 for 1. I would say at this stage, you know, a very healthy position, not a commanding position as such, but a healthy position going into the halfway stage.
Yeah, as you say, 2-3 quick wickets could really turn it at this stage, but still quite even.
And a nice, lovely late cut there from Jason Keto, just allowing the ball to come to him and opening the face and running it down to third man. Just a single on offer. It takes the score on to 72. So Zad Clark, who's played very intelligently indeed, 28 from 22 deliveries, and I must admit his support for Jason Keto has been exceptional in this run chase thus far. And both of these batters, I'm sure, you know, will have to play an even bigger part to get their team over the line.
A similar support and what we saw from Kelvin Bihari in the first innings.
Yeah, and it's very important to bowl and bat in partnerships as well. But just as we were praising the batters there, the commentators curse that one. Bowl neck and crop, the middle stump, rock back there, and Zad Clark will have to leave the center for a well-played 28 from 23 deliveries. That one pitching just outside the line of the off stump, and it did indeed swing back a bit and take the middle stump. So the second wicket goes down, a very timely dismissal indeed in the context of this contest. Not a wicket that they would have wanted to lose at this stage, and I'll tell you why. Because both of these players was doing it very easily indeed.
Yeah, they were definitely looking as if they stayed there until the end. It would have definitely been in their hands, but as you see, some inward movement there. And just looking to target the stumps is always something that you want to do as a bowler.
And I want to apologize, is Jason Keto, who was bowled neck and crop there. Zad Clark is the taller of the batters. So this Victoria United team does have, you know, Ganga, who is very good at bowling in the middle overs in white ball cricket. So at this stage here, just exploring their options, trying to get as much overs out of the way, and then, you know, the spinners will come into play in the middle overs of this contest.
Similar to what we saw from Zad Clark with the ball, showing off some good skills with the bat here as well.
Yes, Zad Clark had figures of 4 overs, 15 dots, 15 runs, 1 wicket. An exceptional bowling performance when you consider that all the bowlers, the rest of the bowlers, had traveled around the park here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And a loud appeal, and he's bowled. Another in-swinger here from Lennox. It tails back into the right-hander, and curtains here. Wicket number 3 goes down.
Well, there's those 2 quick wickets we were talking about. And it's almost rinse and repeat the same delivery.
So just as we were contemplating there, 60 for 1, 72 for 3.
Oh, well. And that run rate isn't going to get any lower. It's going to keep going up.
And one of the ways to really keep in check the scoring rate is to keep chipping away of the wickets. So Lennox is now on a hat-trick.
What a hat trick.
Is this a spell that's going to take Victoria United into the winner's pool in this game? But it has been an inspired spell thus far from Lennox, getting 2 important wickets in the piece here, and now really setting the tone leading into the halfway stage, leading up into the halfway stage.
Very necessary over here for the Victoria United.
So I'm hoping that Lennox will get a slip in place, possibly skipper showing Ganga, or whoever is skippering the team in this game, will give him that support for this hat-trick delivery, possibly a slip on a gully, you know, give him that support so that he could give himself opportunity to get that hat-trick.
You always want to apply as much pressure as you can for the hat-trick delivery. It's all about making it an event. Sometimes the fielders in close really have no technical impact on it, but the mental impact.
So the skipper goes into a second slip position. And this one is neatly played out to extra cover. There's no run. And this one hits the inside edge and it will run away into the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So very lucky indeed there. That ball just holding its line. And luckily for the batter there, getting an inside, an educated edge as we would say. And it runs away into the fine leg boundary for 4. That takes the score on to 73 for 3 at this stage. It brings the end of the 9th over. So ConX chasing a total of 185 for victory. They require 130 now from 66 deliveries. So Anand, so Jason bowled by Jagla, Zad Clark not out 29, Jason Kato 35.
Going to be Clark on strike again.
So Shewinganga is going to be picking up the attack from the southern end. Right arm off spin.
Just waiting to see him.
And this one is heading out to third man. There's going to be 1, and they're going to come back easily for 2 runs. So Zad Clark moves on by 2. It takes the score on to 31. It takes the score on to 79 for 3. We are just 5 balls away from the halfway stage. And if Shewinganga now were to spark some magic by the removal of Zad Clark, it would really put a lot of put the skids on the ConX team. But intelligent batting indeed. This one is just punched down to long on. There's a single on offer.
It's a perfect time from the Victoria perspective to bring on Sherwin Ganga after those 2 wickets. With all his experience, can certainly apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and with 2 new batters out in the center, they would possibly need a couple of overs to play themselves in and get the piece of the pitch, before they could really start pressing the accelerator. But what ConX will not want to do at this stage is to lose another wicket before the halfway stage. It will really put the skids on the scoring and also on the chase as well.
Well, they wouldn't want to lose one quick after the halfway stage either. Those drinks breaks always tend to result in something happening after.
Well, there's 2 things, either wicket fall or run score. And more often than not, it results in a dismissal. So a very good delivery indeed there from Sherwin Ganga, just arcing into the pads there, luckily to get an inside edge. But that single takes the score onto 81 for 1. It brings Asad Clark back on strike.
He's going to have a crucial role to play here with the bat, Asad Clark.
And this one is just eased down to long on. There's a single on offer. So not being reckless at this stage, Zach Clark really playing a very handy hand, but you would need a lot of support in order to overhaul that map of total of 185 scored by Victoria United. And this one is hit straight back over the bowler's head, not getting the elevation or the timing. It just dribbles down to a long one, a single on offer. Sad Clark comes back on strike with 1 delivery remaining at the halfway stage. 83 for 3. And there'll be no run. This one is worked to mid-wicket. So at the halfway stage, ConX in reply to 189 scored by Victoria United. They are 84 for 3, 105 required, 106 required in 6 balls. So we're going to take a break and we're going to be right back as soon as the players resume.
Back now after the drinks break. ConX 84 for 3. Lennox Sahadeo, after that double wicket over, is going to get a third.
So it's going to be Lennox to continue from the southern end. No, from the northern end, sorry, pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Sad Clark. Sad Clark, 34 from 27, playing a lone hand here. This one is lofted down to long off. That's a single on offer.
So at the 10 over mark, Victoria United would have been exactly 100 for 1. So not too far behind as far as runs are concerned. But at that stage, 2 set batsmen would have been out there.
Yeah, and those 2 set batters would have taken the score to 150 in 15 overs. Here it is, the ConX now have lost 3 wickets in very quick succession. And very good bowling indeed from Lennox, getting that ball to seam away across the left-hander.
It's definitely moved the ball quite nicely, Lennox Sahadeo. Pitch hasn't been all that kind to bowlers so far for the day, but he's made good use of it, especially under lights.
Well, we have to also take the due factor coming in here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. A lot of moisture in the air, but a scorch and dry. But what a wonderful piece of fielding there by showing Gang at extra cover. That had 4 written all over it, but an excellent piece of fielding there from showing Ganga, anticipating well and making a very timely stop. Very important indeed. Showing is just hovering around that 30-meter circle there, giving himself every opportunity to affect that stop. This ball is punched down to long on. Just a single on offer. Takes the score on the 87. So Sad Clark really battling a lone hand here.
It's been him lone ever since that wicket fell earlier of Jason Keto. We're going quite well. We speak about the dew now. Doesn't look all that moist out there as yet. Again.
And this one again, just touching down, just on about that 4th stop line and going past the edge there. And I'm looking for that scorching extra cover drive. Not making contact. It goes into the middle of the wicketkeeper, and the score remains on 87. And this is a nice flowing off drive. Extra cover does the fielding. And at the end of over number 11, 87 for 3 in pursuit of 190 for victory. ConX would really need the likes of Sad Clark and Anand Ramtahal, to really come to the party. And they need to come to the party very quickly indeed, because I tell you what, time is running out.
There's 4 runs coming from that over. Lennox Sahadeo was really bowled beautifully out here.
Yeah, using the conditions really well. But more importantly, getting that ball to seam off the surface. You could see that there's a nice tinge of grass on the surface, and that definitely is going to help that ball to move around. So it's going to be showing Ganga to continue. Bowling from the southern end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Anand Mohammed. Is it?
Ramtahal.
Ram Kalawan. This one, an inside edge, is heading down to fine leg. You're going to be 1. They're going to come back for 2 quite comfortably, but they will not be able to get the 3rd run.
No wicket yet for Shuan Ganga, but he certainly created some chances.
Yeah, what he's done really well is looking to arc those arc the ball into the paths of the batters, not giving them any opportunity to get under the ball to loft it high and handsome. So it's really keeping those levers intact at this stage. This one just changing it up a bit here, going a bit wider, not being very predictive at this stage.
Went a lot quicker that time too.
And as they say, there's nothing better than experience. So what he did, he set him up there for the kill. He bowled him one on leg stump, dragged him wide outside the off stump for the second one, and that one was a lot quicker. It's the arm ball that's arcing back into the left-hander, and off goes the off pole. Look at it here. Right up into the block hole.
You always love to see those setups take place. It's one of the things that makes Test match cricket so interesting, and you love to see it in this T20 format as well.
Yeah, so basically what he did was push him back, and then he had that quicker delivery right up into the block hole, and it was curtains.
It's almost like
So 90 for 4 now. ConX really falling apart at this stage here. Apart from Zad Clark playing that lone hand, it's important, you know, that he gets some support from the other end. By the ball, it's becoming more and more difficult in terms of the run chase. 100 required from 51 balls. So they basically need to score at least 12 runs and over to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, that run rate is getting more and more difficult.
So that run rate is now hovering anywhere just about 11 point something runs per over.
Captain Firaz Mohammed now.
And he's tentatively forward. Just seems to be a bit unsure at this stage. Having a look as far as Mohammed, the skipper of ConX. And this one is a very sharp spinning off break from Shoinganga, really putting the revs on that one, cramping in for room. And luckily for the skipper, just getting that inside edge, and it dribbles out onto the offside, and there's no run. So Shoinganga really using all his experience here during the spell here, during his spell. And a rampant operation is going to be very close to the boundary, but some excellent footballing skills there from Jaglal, and it restricts the scoring just to a breeze. So 2 runs added to the score, 92 for 4. So Shoinganga 2 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Then Oxa had a 2 for 24, and the other wicket taker, Krishna Jaglal, 1 for 23 in 3. So Victoria United making it very difficult indeed for ConX, chasing 190 for victory here at the Barangla Cricket Academy. At this stage, we could firmly say that Victoria United is in the ascendancy.
Yeah, definitely in front at this stage, Victoria United. Faraz Mohammed, captain out there. It's a captain's knock that's going to be needed in partnership with the set man Zad Clark.
But the question to be asked now is, when does he try to make a move? Because it's becoming more and more difficult. The run rate continues to climb astronomically with every dot ball in the books. And here we see he's essaying that slug sweep.
He's going to have to go sooner rather than later.
So there's going to be a change of bowling from the pavilion end.
And we see a change of end for Roger Sinat. He has switched from the southern end to the northern end.
So change of ends for Roger Sinat. Operated initially at the southern end. Let's see if wickets can come to him from this northern end.
Well, Victoria United now smelling blood. You know, they have two of their attacking options in terms of a right arm leg spinner and, of course, the wily Shuin Ganga in their ranks. So they're looking to take wickets now and put the skids here on this ConX batting lineup. The only thing that's holding Victoria United from really running through this batting lineup now is the man on strike, Sad Clark. And that's going to be called a wide.
And between Sinat and Shuinganga, they can get through the overs quickly. That's going to create even more pressure. Then
and this one not going the distance there, and an excellent catch there from Shuinganga, the deep mid-wicket position there, and wicket number 5 goes. So Roger Sinat with a change of ends, getting the wily Zad Clark out to a fabulous catch down at the deep mid-wicket boundary by the ever-present Shuinganga. Look at him, just leaping there, has always had excellent pair of hands, and taking what could be a match-winning catch.
he just plucked it out of the air, really made it look so simple. But that is what all that experience brings.
Yeah, Shuinganga having represented Trinidad and Tobago, went to Australia, the Trinidad and Tobago team, playing in that T20 tournament. Loads of experience under his belt. Trinidad and Tobago represented the region in that Champions Trophy tournament.
I do miss the days of that tournament.
Yeah, that was the tournament that really brought out the best, you know, in the likes of Karen Pollard, the Sunil Narayan, the Dwayne Bravos, is where they really, you know, set themselves into the T20 format, announcing themselves, if I may say so, on the bigger stage.
Yeah, and that tournament also allowed for so much different teams around the world to just gain experience with each other.
And that team was captained by no other than Darren Ganga, Shuinganga's brother.
It's a brotherly affair here today. Sheldon Ganga as well.
Yeah, Sheldon Ganga also represented Trinidad and Tobago at under 19 youth level, so they do have a high pedigree when it comes to playing at a, you know, at a very decent level indeed. As we both know, Darren Ganga represented the West Indies team, both Shuin represented Trinidad and Tobago at the regional level for quite a number of years as well. It's great to see the likes. Oh my God, and this one just speeds off the edge. It goes on to third man.
He's really getting into his spell now. And then a bit of turn, slowing it up nicely. Not missing his length.
So let's see what Faraz could do at this stage here. And this one, he pivots and it goes over the boundary for a maximum. So good connection there from Faraz, getting inside the line. Short delivery there from Sinat. Did it go the distance?
Landed just short.
Short, so my apology. 4 into the books.
I think it only bounced once though, so it wasn't too far off.
So the umpire now making amends by signaling it's a boundary and not a maximum. 98 for 5. We are into over number 13. And at this stage now, Victoria United in comparison were 130 for the loss of 2 wickets. And this one is hit high into the midnight skies. The fielder is getting under it, takes a very comfortable catch there at long on, and wicket number 6 goes. So ConX now, they are really capitulating here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. It's curtains as we speak. Another one bites the dust. Flight delivery there, giving the invitation to Faraz. He could not hesitate and resist that temptation there from Roger Sinat. And wicket number 6 goes down for ConX.
Dari Balgobin taking that catch out there at long on boundary. Is running in and settling quite quickly. Never looked in trouble.
So Dari Balgobin just as showing Ganga, very seasoned campaigners, and showing, the youngsters, as we would say, who is looking on from the stands and stuff like that, how to approach it when the ball is hit high into the midnight sky, showing a lot of composure when taking that catch.
Yeah, it's never easy, especially under lights. White ball sometimes just blends in with the light rays coming across. He's there and ready for the taking. We talk about experience we see on the ConX Allstars bench. There's also Dave Mohammed.
Well, I'm surprised Dave has not come out to bat, because Dave can be very destructive indeed.
He didn't make the final 11, but that as well is a bit a surprise. Would have loved to see him with the ball.
Well, I'm not too sure why he would, why he's not in the playing 11, but it is what it is. So Marlon Siu comes out to bat, and Sinat. This one, it just played out to extra cover. There's a single on offer. So 13 overs in the books, 98 for 6, 99 for 6, my apology.
Now there really doesn't seem to be a way back for ConX Allstars. Stranger things have happened.
But it's going to take a very big effort indeed from both these players to bring them even close to that total of 190 required.
2 new batsmen at the crease. It's always going to be difficult with just 7 overs to go.
And here we see both Sinat and Ashwin Ganga wheeling away very quickly indeed. So at this stage, Victoria United were 130 in comparison for 99 for 6. So they're 31 runs behind at this stage. And this one is played off the back foot. It goes out to extra cover on the boundary. Dari does the cleaning up. Just a single on offer.
And that's 100 for that single. Coming in the 14th over.
And this one is played out to mid-wicket, but a single on offer. Ricochets off the fielder. Did well to get down. Putting his body on the line, which you would expect when playing in a final.
In the end, he saved 3. Could have gone towards the boundary with all that power. It came off the bat, but...
Well, had it passed him, I'm sure it would have gone into the boundary. The Ashwin Ganga wheeling away from the southern end. Victoria United basically running away with this game at this stage. We've seen some excellent batting from Ashwin Ganga. Now with the ball using all his guile and experience in stifling the ConX batters in their pursuit of 190. And this one goes past the outside edge. Quicker delivery there from Shoinganga, just sliding that ball off the surface. Wicketkeeper having some trouble there gathering that ball.
It's such a delightful change of pace we see from him throughout his spell.
And that one was given some generous flight, but some excellent work on the mid-wicket boundary. Just restricts the scoring to a single. Shoinganga looking to buy another wicket there, throwing it up, giving that invitation. He took it on, didn't get the elevation. And it only results in a single, so the score moves up to 102, 100 up for ConX. And this one, how did that miss the leg stump? God alone knows. It comes down to fine leg, and they're gonna come back for 2 runs. Shoinganga very unlucky indeed not to add to the wickets columns there.
There's been some sort of repelling force near that leg stump to push that ball away. You can see as Marlon Sue didn't know what was going on at all.
And this one goes straight across the line, not making contact. Trying to hit that ball possibly somewhere into Reform Village there, but not making any connection. And a leg ban offer. So at the end of over number 14, in pursuit of 190 for victory, ConX are 105 for 6. And really and truly, Victoria will have to do everything wrong at this stage here now, not to go home with the trophy tonight.
It'd certainly be surprising if they don't. Required rate now 14, almost double the current rate.
And what is more important is that 6 wickets are back in the shell.
Still have a over up the sleeve now of Roger Sinat. 2 for 21 in his spell.
How he would want to finish his bowling allocation there with another wicket in his 4th over. And that one is hit high up into and my goodness, no one took the opportunity there to take that catch. The wicketkeeper is looking, the guy running in from backward point was looking, and of course third man was looking inside, but nobody took the initiative to take the responsibility to get that 7 wickets. A wicket goes a begging.
I think that was very close to the keeper, but he didn't seem to quite know exactly where it went. Might have just been right above him, being a blind spot, but still, so many fielders there would have been willing to take it.
So we've seen all kinds of innovation being attempted here in an attempt to stay with the scoring required rate. And very unlucky to be called wide there, I must admit. That was very, very tight indeed.
There has been a few tight wide calls and a few non-wide calls.
And he is swinging into the skies, making no contact. And one of the challenges to the batter here, he's not keeping his eyes on the ball, trying to make contact. He's just trying to hit the ball as hard as possible, but more importantly, taking his eyes off the ball at the critical moment. And that one was hit high
Was it hit handsome?
Got the power on it that occasion.
But he got the length to free those arms. But a boundary resulting. A welcome boundary. So it's Nelson on the board, 1-1-1 for 6. Let's see if the umpire is going to lift that right leg up.
We'll see, I haven't seen any umpire do that. But I do know about the backstory.
And here he goes again, and it's another boundary. So 2 drag downs there from Roger Sinat, and they are both dealt with some ferocious hitting. And really is what the doctor orders, but order at this stage. But I tell you what, they'll have to continue swinging and swinging very hard indeed to get anywhere close to this total. We're just 1 delivery away from the 50th over.
I think the first boundary was a bit fuller, but that second one was a rank long hop.
Yeah,
But
that was asked to be put away.
regardless, not how you would want to end this spell.
If I'm Roger Sinat, if I'm a gambling man, I'm going to throw it up for him again. And let him take him on. Yes, giving some flight. Bring it above his eye line. And let's see how he goes about it.
1-1-6 for 6 with 5 overs to go. Equation 74 from 30. And you can see on the scoreboard there are only 2 real performances.
So there's going to be a bowling change.
Shilinganga still has 1 over remaining. Be Rodney Jaglal back into the attack though.
Krishna Jagla, right arm off spinner. Coming around the wicket. And this one is honing into the stumps. You're going to get a comfortable single. So ConX winning the toss and asking Victoria United to have first strike. And my word, they did take advantage of that decision, showing Ganga and Roger Sinat really putting on a show here. And this one is hit high and handsome over the backward square for a maximum. So a friendly full toss on about leg stump. And this one is dispatched high and handsome over the backward square for a maximum. So a welcome maximum to the total there. So Kenson dealing in boundaries here now. Having hit 2 consecutive boundaries in the last over and now going hitting a maximum. So keeping ConX somewhat in the hunt at this stage. 123 for 6. At this stage, Victoria United were 150 for 2. And a loud appeal. And he's given out leg before. Well, well, well. Oh, that is pretty decent.
It's always difficult to get that LBW decision from the round the wicket angle as an off spinner, but he had it right there on the spot.
Yeah, that ball was pitching wicket to wicket. And straightening a bit. So wicket number 7 goes.
now Al Hafiz Muhammad. And that change of bowling working out for Victoria. Just at the right time for him to pick up his first wicket, Krishna Jaglal.
So Victoria United continues to chip away with the wickets. On the verge of victory here at the Brian Cricket Academy. Very commanding performance from this Victoria United team, having put on a mammoth total of 189 in their first innings. ConX really struggling to keep up with the run rate, and now losing wickets at regular intervals is not helping their cause.
Really haven't done much wrong. Couldn't ask for more.
Well, it has been a professional performance in terms of ticking all the boxes from Victoria. Oh my goodness, how did he miss that? That one was like a quarter paint away from that off stump. Al Hafiz having absolutely no clue. And a poor delivery there. But a good stop there from the wicketkeeper.
He took a tumble as well, Al Hafiz.
Trying to play that late dab, but that back foot is not going back and across to get as close as possible to the delivery, so it's really a hit and miss situation. And this one is tamely played back to the bowler. So at the end of over number 16, it's 124 for 7. At this stage, Victoria United were 155 for 3 in comparison to 124 for 7.
There's no comparison, really.
At this stage here, Victoria was really motoring along until the timely dismissal of Shuvenganga. And after the dismissal of Shuvenganga, Roger Sina had followed quickly, and that tended to bring some kind of respectability to the scoring rate, you know, with a couple of wickets going down in quick succession. But here it has been wickets at regular intervals for ConX, not helping their cause. It's going to be a new bowler from the pavilion end. He seems to be quite a favorite amongst the sprinkling of fans we have here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, he's a Brian himself, Brian Samlal Singh. His first over so far. There's more spin. Starting off exactly where you'd want to on that off stump line. And gone high and handsome this time, but landing well short. Just one in the end brings Al Hafiz back on strike, yet to get off the mark. Hafiz tries to go big, but again landing well short of that long on fielder and only settle for one. Up again. Fielder. Well, he palmed it to the other fielder and none of them took it.
So a comedy of errors there at long on and deep mid wicket. Both players were very close to each other. One parried the ball, the other one, Dari Balgobin, seemed to have it in control and just eluded his grasp at the last moment.
I'm wondering if Dari Balgobin was expecting it or if he just reacted last minute to it. He's not going to stop the swinging from these two batsmen. Only 4 singles in the over so far. And well short of that long off fielder. 5 singles in that over. Score 129 for 7 with just 3 overs to go.
So at the end of over number 17, 129 for 7. 61 required, 18 deliveries. It's either you go hard or we go home.
There's no sense just knocking it around now.
There is absolutely no time for that, and the man himself, the evergreen Showing Ganga, is going to be brought back into the attack to possibly bring the final nail in the coffin.
If there's anyone who is going to finish it off, it has to be him. 1 for 16 in his 3 overs. Economical and also picking up that wicket. Everyone deep in the leg side.
And this one is just squeezed out a single and off a run out attempt. The umpire is not interested.
Direct hit might have had him in a spot of bother.
3.1 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket. At an economy rate of just about 5.4 runs per over. I mean, what more can you ask, having scored a blistering 80 odd in the first innings and now doing the business with the ball. So I'm sure he's going to be a prime candidate for the Man of the Match award if it's on offer.
Certainly my candidate.
Oh my goodness, and another one goes down. This one was hit hard down into the deep backward square region.
I thought he was certainly in contention for that catch. Didn't
It
seem
seemed like it did hit his hand and bobble out. But it was hit with some ferocious power indeed from the batsman. So you can see the Jew factor is definitely playing a part, Showing Ganga getting the rag out there.
Yeah, just going
Trying
past.
to keep that ball as dry as possible.
Going past
One
the
tip
nine.
though when bowling, when there's a lot of Jew, is to use that cross seam delivery. And a loud appeal. And Showing Ganga is asking, how on earth, umpire, you're not going to give me that dismissal? Had a nicely flighted delivery there, up in the block hole. So this contest has been very exciting one.
It's certainly has had quite some life in the game up until those two quick wickets fell. Feel like they never quite recovered.
Both Zad Clark and his partner were going really well. And this one scoots out from the inside edge. So at the end of over number 18, 133 for 7.
133, 8 for 7, and 18 overs have been completed.
So 57 required from 12 deliveries. We might as well start packing up. From here on, you're gonna have to hit 6 maximums in this over to stay in the hunt, at least 5 minimum.
Yeah, it's all or nothing now.
Well, to me, it's already done and dusted. I think it's a mere fact now of trying to bat out the overs rather than, just surrendering, in that way. So Victoria United definitely 3 wickets away from victory. More importantly, defending 57 and 12 balls. And it's going to be Lennox. And this one goes past the outside edge. Very ambitious drive there from the batsman, Lennox Sahadev. 3 overs, 24 runs, 2 wickets. Not a bad day at the office. Got 2 very important wickets back to back.
Those 2 wickets really turned the game on its head.
So coming back here now to really finish off things. And there's a very good hit indeed. Taking a few strides down the wicket and really unleashing.
Out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that's going to be a big talking point, possibly on the way home, or maybe in the bar later on when they are having a friendly drink. And I'm sure
they were really going quite well up until a certain point.
Yeah, so Al-Hafiz decides enough is enough. If I'm going to die, I'm going to go down dying, fighting. If I'm going to die, I'm going to go down fighting. And wicket number 3 for Lennox.
Certainly went down fighting, but went down nonetheless. 3rd wicket there for Lennox Sahadev.
Well, at this stage, Al-Hafiz had no choice whatsoever, but his choice of a shot really surprised me there. Having take a few strides down the pitch and lofted that ball over long off, possibly if he had executed that same option, it may have brought him, the same result as well. But going for the horizontal bat shot and having his leg pole disturbed.
Of course, regardless, good bowling from Sahadev. You miss a hit.
Yeah, and even at this late stage of the innings, he's still getting that ball to tail back into the right-handers. And that really is some good skill there from Lennox Sahadev.
His wicketkeeper Sebastian Yip, a bit interesting. He's batting so low though. beautiful slower Yorker on display there. Just angling across him. Two more legal deliveries in this over. Two more chances for Lennox to get more wickets.
And this one is lofted straight back over the bowler's head. Dari covers the ground. Rifles are returning at the bowler's head. So the score moves up by 2. Sebastian gets off the mark with a brace. So 49 required from 7 deliveries, Dylan.
There's no
At this stage,
mathematical
we
way.
can safely say that victory is only a matter of time. Very commanding performance indeed.
Yeah, they already seem to be celebrating down under there because saw a bit of movement down at the side screen and Sebastian made Lennox stop in his tracks.
Yeah, so some spectators just getting a little bit ahead of themselves, but rightfully so at this stage. With 6 balls in the contest remaining, we could safely say that Victoria United is going to be runaway winners in this Southern Sports over 50 tournament final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So I want to take the opportunity to congratulate Victoria United, you know, both Roger Sinat and Shoinganga with both bat and ball really having a great day at the office, you know, and when they had the opportunity batting first. And I think this is where it started for ConX. In a final, traditionally, when you win the toss, you want to get out there and express yourself. And the reason being, you want to try and get a total that you believe that you could defend, and scoreboard pressure, no matter who you're coming up against, scoreboard pressure, a wicket here in the early piece could really change the complexion of any contest. So I thought maybe, just maybe, ConX, you know, should have opted to have first strike in this contest, being a final. But nevertheless, it is what it is.
You see it time and time again in a final. Up and over. 1 bounce for 4. Kenson Joseph. But in a final, when you bat first, you always have the percentages with you.
Yeah, and it does have, if you're able to post a formidable score or a pass score even, you still tend to back yourselves. But when you're chasing 190, it's always going to be a huge mountain to climb from the word go.
Because even if you set something like a pass score, you know, as a batting team chasing, there's no other match following that. This is it.
This is the finale. And this is what it all comes down to, Dylan. You've played the entire season, you know, to get to this point, and to surrender in the manner in which they've surrendered is really, you know, sad indeed. But, you know, possibly the timing of this game, the cricket season hasn't really started as yet, so you could understand that most of the players are out of season, if I want to say so, in terms of now possibly getting a hit, you know, at the initial start of the season, which is due at the end of January. So not making any excuses, but I'm sure that players on both sides, you know, would not have had the best preparation coming into this final. But at the end of the day, experience beat old talk.
They might still be dusting off some cobwebs from the Christmas and New Year celebrations
well,
too.
I think beside the cobwebs, I think there's a lot of evidence that, you know, they need to get some WD-40 because there's a lot of rust in that cupboard.
WD over 40 maybe.
Well, and this one is launched straight back past the bowler, but there's only a single. So we just 2 deliveries away from the completion of this fixture here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is the Southern Sports over 40 final between ConX and Victoria United from Barrackpore. Victoria United really enjoying this final, having played exceptionally well with both bat and ball, led by, the evergreen Showing Ganga and his partner Ricky Sinat at the top of the innings, really setting the tone.
Kelvin Bihari as well.
Kelvin, who got to 50. But the final moments are delayed with a wide. So two more, still one to come. I wonder if he's going to put a Trevor Chappell here for us and underarm that delivery, Dylan. The final ball of and it's a friendly full toss. Oh my goodness, and he's reluctantly be given out ball. That ball had to be a no ball. So on this occasion, I could safely say that the umpire, even though in the context of the game, that should have been called a no ball, Dylan.
Well, it was almost the opposite of an underarm. It was overhead.
Look at that.
Yes, certainly a no ball by general standards.
It wasn't even marginal. So, to the umpire, that's a very poor call indeed. Even in the final stages of this contest, one wants to see that, a certain standard is maintained, even if it's the final delivery of the innings.
Certainly, because we saw that previous delivery, the wide, he would have called it just fine.
Yeah.
But
so many congratulations to Victoria United on a really well-rounded performance, if I may say so, Dylan. They executed to perfection in this final and deservingly winners of this Southern Sports over 40 final, taking place right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Tough luck to ConX. They were in the contest, from time to time, but generally Victoria United did dominate this contest from the word go.
a real team performance from Victoria United. First off with the bat from Kelvin Bihari into 58. Sherwin Ganga, top score 83. And of course with the ball, Sherwin Ganga continuing on that form, 1 for 20. Lennox Sahadeo 3 for 32. And Roger Sina 2 for 32. Complete demolition by Victoria United and the champions of the Southern Sports over 40 division. So do stay with us for the presentation, which will follow in about 10 minutes or so.
ConX find the split with both bat and ball. Unfortunately, they came out on the losing end tonight. We have the formality tonight, which is very short. We want to call ConX to receive their silver medals, and we will start.
We should have done that already. Soon as you give us take a long to wrap up, boy. Chili. I don't know if chili playing now, to be honest with you. Need some chili in practice. What's my? You will take my go. Okay. Thailand all my be playing prep too. But no, what you are telling you, if Josh, this one, if Josh doesn't keep it. Yeah, tell you. I find this Thailand. Thailand will actually kind of for sport, but yeah, you are present. One like the Thailand keep it. Thailand keep up.
Testing.
I said, which would all I mean, I go with hard to be that side, but then.
Shannon Lamut. Gideon Matthews. Sebastian Yip.
Yeah, Taro. Yeah, Taro. Yeah, top in. Yeah.
Anand Ramtahal.
That's me, Abraham, yeah, character.
Kenson Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph. Saya pasti mau ngasih. Hah? Jangan no mountain.
Hafiz Mohammed.
Mikkel? Ja, Mikkel is ook weer on.
Jason Keto. Malan Siu. John Pitt.
You look the press way. Yeah. Where the other go on? I don't know.
And the captain of ConX Allstars, Firaz Mohammed.
We got the next time, man. Yeah, wait. Where are we up? Huh? Where are we up? Last time, you take? Same 10. You take? Yeah. Go, eh?
And now the gold medals will be presented to the victors of tonight's game. Victoria. Desmond Rambusu.
How much?
Faz Jahul. Kishan Maharaj. Siraj Sobi. Rodney Jagal. Brian Samlal Singh. Rajan Sinat. Lennox Sahadu, Krishna Jagwal, Kishore Suri, Dari Balgobel, Sean Ganga, Kelvin Bihari, Sheldon Ganga, and the victorious captain, Randy Suri. Okay, I'm going to ask Nick to assist with the man of the match tonight. The man of the match will come from the victorious team, Victoria United. We had one standout performance. At his turn, or his time at the crease, he scored 82 runs. And with ball in hand, he took 2 wickets. Tonight's man of the match, Sean Ganga. Well done, sir. Much deserved. And the second man of the match from ConX. This was the man with ball in hand, bowled 4 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket, and with bat in hand, 40 runs. Tonight's second man of the match is Zad Clark. Can we have a round of applause for Zad, please? This is being presented again by Nick. Thank you, Nick. And I'd like to ask Anna to assist us with the distribution of the second place trophy. Okay, tonight's second place trophy goes to ConX Allstars, who contested a fantastic game against Victoria United. I'd like to ask the captain, Faraz Mohammed, to come forward and collect his trophy, please, on behalf of the team. Congratulations again to ConX for reaching the finals. And nobody is Sham has the privilege tonight of presenting the winning trophy as well as a replica check for $12,000 to the winners of the Southern Sports Premier League over 40 competition. Tonight's victors, Victoria United. I'd like to ask Randy Sophie to come forward and collect his winning trophy on behalf of his team, together with his replica check for $12,000.